kill her with the textbooks. I'm gonna get that job. Get that job. Tell her she better find some textbooks. Just like she gave the answers. To the
I would like to call the Flint Board of Education special board meeting to order at 5:36 p.m. Board members, as I call your name, please reply present for the record. Treasurer Luna is absent. Trustee Relaford.
present.
Trustee King.
Present.
Assistant Secretary Treasurer McIntyre.
Present.
Secretary Perkins.
Present.
Mr. Claxton is absent. Due to emergency, and Vice President and Mayor present. One is reply present, two absent. Before we now hear comments from the public, we ask that you state your reason for addressing the board and that you limit your remarks to 3 minutes on matter within the authority of the board and not address individuals by name. Seeing there is no public, we will move on to the next part of our agenda. Board members, this closed session has been called regarding a settlement agreement, water prices, special education fund plan. I now turn the floor over to legal.
So you really, that shouldn't say that. That should really, no. You should be voting to go into closed session.
I need a motion and a second to come.
I make a motion that we go into closed session. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were done.
I need a motion for us to go into closed session.
I make a motion that we go into closed session.
Second.
Motion made by Alderman Perkins, second by Trustee Relaford. Board members, I call your name, please state your last name. Alderman Perkins.
Yes.
Laura McIntyre.
Yes.
Terray Key.
Yes.
Melanie Relaford.
Yes.
Junior is absent. Michael Clark is absent. Myself is a yes, 5 yes, 2 absent.
Testing.
Good afternoon. I would like to call the special board meeting back to order. The time is 6:28. This meeting is adjourned for the closed door meeting. Board member, we're going to take maybe like a 5 minutes recess before we start our next meeting. Thank you. This meeting is adjourned. Yeah, that's what we said. We done said it. No. Let's go on a 5 minutes recess in the back if we want to. 5 minutes? Oh, okay. Committee as a whole. Good evening. I would like to call the Flint Board of Education Committee of the Whole meeting to order at 6:44 p.m. Board members, as I call your name, please say present. Trustee Luna is absent. Trustee Relaford.
Present.
Trustee King.
Present.
Assistant Secretary Treasurer McIntyre.
Present.
Secretary Perkins.
Present.
Myself, Vice President Mike Neal. Present. Absent is Mr. Clack and Trustee Luna. The board, now we hear comments from the public. We ask that you state the reason for addressing the board and that you limit your remarks to 3 minutes on matters with the authority of the board and not address individual by name. The presiding officer of the board should have the right to limit the number of persons who may address the board on the same subject. Please state your name and address before beginning to speak. Is there anyone here from the public who wishes to address the board?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Tony Holliday. In 1109 Pingree Avenue would be my address. And on behalf of the Greater Flint Youth Development Organization and the Flint affiliation, we surely appreciate you board members who attended our meeting on October the 21st. We can't say thank you enough. So our goal, as far as the Greater Flint Youth Development Organization, is to model the Greater Flint Afro-American Hall of Fame, as well as the other Hall of Fame, but work broader. What our mission is to provide the best developmental, academic, and sports opportunities for our kids in Flint, as well as we work with the Flint affiliation, helping our young kids and parents to get them back to the public school system. So we really want you guys to know that we're working extremely hard to accomplish that. So I personally have been in communication with a dear friend of mine. His son is in the 6th grade. One is in the 8th grade, and who are phenomenal students, but they're also great student athletes. So I'm trying to kind of influence the parent to go to a public school. So we're working with some of the coaches that coach in the Flint school system. Of course, it's been a 45-year journey for me in coaching. 31 on the high school level in the Flint area and 14 on the college level. So I've had the experience of going to a gunfight with a knife. We're coming up with the remedy of what it takes for our kids to get the service that they need. The one thing that I kind of regret when you guys attended the board meeting, one of my former players who is a academic coach, the name of the organization is Tailor Made Learning. She put on a presentation that was phenomenal. So in saying that, she's gonna work with us. You gotta forgive my allergies, but she's working with us covering the academic part. So me being in education for 45 years, you know I have a great understanding of the need of what kids need to have academically, socially, career-wise, leaving high school, going to college. So, Mr. Superintendent, I'd love to get with you and talk to you. Thank you. So I have the playbook.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. To address.
My name is Norm Bryant, and I reside at 3452 Eastman Drive. I would like to thank this board, first of all, for agreeing to renovate and restore Houston Stadium. Now, I played ball in the 50s, and I imagine every county school got a home stadium. We need a home stadium. We had 4 high schools in this city, 4 Class A high schools, and Atwood Stadium was the home stadium for us, okay? And I don't believe in begging nobody for nothing. We need to get back to where we used to be. Now, these kids are talking about having a homecoming. We need to have a homecoming banquet and invite people back like Reggie Williams, Ricky Patton, Brian Carpenter. All of these 3 guys I named played in Super Bowls, and they all went to Southwestern. Our kids need to know this. We don't have to go around begging for money. Invite them back to a banquet and show them what Northwestern is. Maybe we can put some of the things they've done in Northwestern as a museum to help our kids. Now, we talk about our kids. I look at TV at night. I don't see nothing about Flint schools. I get sick and tired of that. But if we want to attract our kids back to Flint, we got to give them a stadium, folks. We got to give them something to come back for. We got a lot of our kids playing in these county schools. They reside in Flint. They got a Flint address. So what are we doing? So the only thing I'm saying is this, is that, do you have somebody here? Could you pass this around? Now on this, we had 12 ball players playing Super Bowls from the Flint area. 9 of them were black. And on the back of that sheet, look on the back of it, and you can see we had 3 ball players playing Super Bowl. Ricky Patton and Reggie Williams all went to Southwestern. We got Terry Crews, we got Daryl Turner. We just need to reach out to these people. I'm not saying beg them for money. Reach out to them, invite them to a banquet, let them see Northwestern. They might come in and give us something. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public who would like to address the board?
Good evening, school board. My name is Chad Slosher. I live at 2402 Nolan Drive in the beautiful Mott Park neighborhood, right near the Durant-Turry Mott School. Thank you for letting me speak for a minute here, and good evening too to Dr. Rice, who I'm glad is able to join us and see the good things that's happening in Flint and in FCS. I'm very high on FCS right now, and that's because of y'all working together, getting things done, renovating buildings, creating new opportunities for our kids, both the board and the administration. So I appreciate you all very much. I wanted to ask a question, actually. I was kind of thinking Dr. Rice was going to be up here and could maybe answer this in open comment, but if one of y'all can help with that, that would be welcome too. I'm wondering about certification. So my 3 kids attend Durant-Turry Mott and are in the Montessori program. Montessori is a little bit different in its structure and style. I like to describe it as, instead of there's a time for math, there's like a location for math. And so the kids kind of float around the room kind of organically and learn following their own sort of creativity. But in terms of certification, right now my understanding is that teachers need to have a Michigan State certification and also Montessori certification to be kind of fully in the program, and I think they could maybe start with one or the other and then work on the opposite one as they're already in the program, which is great. But I was wondering what is happening or could happen at the legislative level to maybe remove that extra layer of necessary certification. So basically, is there any movement from the state at the legislative level to recognize Montessori certification as legitimate or as an alternative to a state certification? So I hope that question makes sense. The context is that the program has been amazing for our kids, but doesn't have permanent teachers right now, and we're really wanting to have permanent teachers, and I wonder if this could be one structural piece that could help to solve that problem. So thanks for letting me ask this question.
Thank you. Is there anyone else for public speaking? Is there anyone else for public speaking? Seeing none, thank you. At this time, I'd like to turn the floor over to Superintendent Jones to introduce our performers.
All right. Greetings and good evening to all that are in attendance tonight. We are so excited for the first time in years. We have our Southwestern Classical Academy band here with us, and we would want to give them the floor at this time to perform not only for our Board of Education and our guests, but for all of those that are watching online. So at this time, I am going to turn it over to Southwestern Academy Band. Let's give it up for them.
It's the Northern Boom.
If I could, just take one quick moment to let the kids get set up. This is our marching band, pep band for this fall. You will see, we're gonna turn around and face the audience. Sorry guys, you're gonna get to watch them play to the audience. You'll see they're wearing the new uniforms. We want to especially thank Jamie Foster, our athletic director, for helping out with the funding for that. And it was a long time coming in that, but we got the school colors now, and we got the Jaguar logo right on the uniforms. I've been with Flint since 1992, and this year has been really fun again, and it's due to the students like this. So really loving working with these scholars, and thank you so much for having us.
I just want to thank Mr. Manicki. Thank you all. Thank the band.
Thank you.
Mr. Akaniki and the team. Mr. Foster, thank you all for your support tonight, and for the parents that allowed your scholars to come out to be with us. Thank you for their time tonight. We will never forget that. Thank you. Let's give them one more round of applause. Thank you. At this time, we are going to continue with our agenda, and we are going to ask our CFO to come and prepare. And while we're doing that, we're going to turn the floor over to our HR chair, Mr. Teray King, as our CFO is preparing.
Smart, Mr. Jones. All righty. Good evening, everyone. I would like to call the Human Resources Committee of the whole meeting to order. I will now call upon Superintendent Jones to present action to the board.
Okay. While that's happening, we are preparing for the presentation, right? Even for the audience? Yes, even for the audience? No,
All right.
it is our presentation, our budget presentation. Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay. I seek a motion and a second from the board to move Resolution 1.5 personnel recommendations to the regular board meeting on November 15th for adoption.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Assistant Treasurer McIntyre, supported by Secretary Perkins. Think of the church today, okay?
Yeah, that's right.
We got moved by the band. I'm playing. Let me quit playing. All right, is there any discussion?
Yes.
Trustee Relaford,
We're doing A and B. They're together, correct?
1.5?
1.5, right? Okay, my question is, as it relates to the guest teacher. Maybe Ms. Montgomery could speak to that. When it comes to guest teachers, are we keeping track of them being enrolled and meeting the minimum requirements? Is that on?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, can you ask that
As
question
it
again?
relates to the guest teachers, this is teachers that are in school to get their certification. Do we have something in place, one, to make sure they're enrolled in school and that they're meeting the minimum requirements of 2 classes?
So there's a meeting with the superintendent later in this month, and we're actually going to talk about that program.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Okay.
we're looking at that to make sure that it's getting tracked correctly.
Okay, and in an event that someone's not meeting the requirements, we're going to make the necessary adjustments in
Correct.
retro? Okay.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there any more discussion from my colleagues? Seeing none, roll call vote. Treasurer Luna absent. Trustee Relaford.
Yes.
President Clark absent. Vice President McNeil.
Yes.
Trustee McIntyre.
Yes.
Secretary Perkins.
Yes.
Myself, Trustee King is a yes. Motion passes 5-0. Mr. Jones?
Yes, I seek a motion and a second from the board to move Resolution 1.6, approval of healthcare services contract agreement to the regular board meeting on November 15th for adoption.
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved by Assistant Treasurer / Secretary McIntyre and supported by Secretary Perkins. Is there any discussion? Okay. Trustee Matt Relaford?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm just trying to see where I'm at. As it relates to the healthcare service, what's the difference? What's included in this? What does this look like? Is this the nurses? Who's in this contract? Services.
You're talking about 1.6, right?
1.6 of healthcare services contract agreement.
So this is just the renewal of the health benefits that we have.
Oh, the health benefits?
Yes.
Why does this look like a contract and agreements? Next,
No,
Yeah.
it's just the renewal for the
benefits,
The year.
for benefits.
Correct.
Can this read benefits? Because contracts and benefits are different, aren't they? This is for a vendor, or what is this?
Yeah, this is for the vendor that you currently have for health insurance for staff.
Mesa. Mesa, is it Mesa?
Yes, yep, it's
Mesa,
Mesa.
okay. No further questions.
Seeing no further questions, is there any discussion from my colleagues? All righty, roll call vote. The motion is to approve, right? No, this is to send to next week's for 1.6. Trustee Rutherford,
Yes.
Vice President McNeil,
Yes.
Trustee McIntyre, Secretary Perkins.
Yes.
Myself, Trustee King, is a yes. Motion passes 5 yes, 0 no.
In your packet, board members, there's information, item 2.6 on retirements and resignations. Do any board members have any questions?
I have a question.
Trustee Rutherford,
As it relates to resignations, are we doing exit interviews?
That's something that I'm gonna be implementing and making sure that we do for all employees.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
all right. Thank you, Superintendent Jones. I will let the HR Committee of the whole know that we will be meeting as a subcommittee with Ms. Montgomery soon. You'll be receiving an email when the date will be. We appreciate Ms. Montgomery being here as our HR director into our, our district. I have met with her. Wonderful vision. I'm telling you all, it's going to be a good meeting that we're going to have, and I'm excited to see what she has to offer for our district. Mr. Jones, I appreciate you again. Seeing no further business, I declare the Human Resources Committee of the whole meeting adjourned. In the absence of Treasurer Luna, I turn the floor over to Vice President McNeil for the Finance and Operations Committee of the whole portion of the agenda.
I would like to call the Finance and Operation Committee of the whole meeting to order. I would like to invite. But they're not here, so we'll take it. Okay.
At this time, we're going to have our budget presentation, and we're going to have our audit come after we have our budget presentation and our superintendent speak to us, and then we'll have our audit presentation. So at this time, we're going to turn the floor over to our CFO.
Our meal claims. Currently, we have, our meal claims are more than they're overstated currently. And as a solution to that finding, what we wanted to put in place is there's going to be training that's going to be conducted by the Chartwell's Food Service Director. And also, the director has begun forwarding supporting documentation to the business office before we're certifying those claims. We also have a meal magic system that the district is paying for that we're not utilizing. So we want to start utilizing the meal magic system. In order to do that, we need to purchase a point of sale system, and we do have the funding in our food service fund to be able to purchase this point of sale system. What that does is automates everything and avoids having to manually submit paperwork, and therefore we will be able to have it all automated and no chance really for manual error. The second,
Ms. Cleaves,
yes.
are we going to be reimbursed that overage that we paid?
So what happened essentially is we received more revenue.
Oh,
so
we received more that they did not use?
So there's potential that we would have to possibly pay that money back.
Oh, I totally misunderstood that. We can't be giving no money back. Okay, thank you.
And the next finding was around our ESSER final expenditure reporting. However, we're talking with the auditor now because some of that language will change in that finding. But essentially what needs to be done is we need to make sure all of our purchasing is made with approved budgets. And now I'm going to talk about when and why do we recommend budget amendments. So it's the best practice, first of all, for school finance for us to amend the budget, especially when we have our audit done, completed, and to update any information, particularly information that was estimated in the initial budget. Also, budget amendments help to ensure fiscal management and transparency by addressing budget variances in a timely fashion. Timely budget amendments also help to inform short and long-term decisions based on the most accurate information available. On this slide, it shows our initial budget. This budget came to the board in the month of June, and our revenue was estimated to be $100.4 million, with our expenditures at $101 million, and this would have decreased our fund balance by $533,051. My budget amendment 1, our revenue is estimated to be $126.6 million, expenditures $132.6 million, and this will decrease our fund balance by $6 million. The key factors that impacted this budget amendment: 1, we know our audited fund balance is $55.5 million, of which $1.5 million is reserved for teacher restoration. 2, our initial budget was based on an enrollment of 2,700 scholars, and now we know it to be 2,855. Our grant revenue neutral accounting structure is put into place, and what that means is simply we're making sure that our grant revenue equals our grant expenditures in the budget.
Ms. Cleaves, so if I can pause just for a moment to just make sense of that for the board. As you all know, when you talk about our FTE, right, we're talking about numbers that we will get paid for as a district, right? Enrollment is one other thing, 2950. We have 2950 in the district, but your FTE in your count window, we're turning in to the state of Michigan 2,855. I think it's 0.4. Excuse me if I'm off on the point. But we budgeted with Mr. Jones this summer for 27, 28, and to have us be at 2855 is a plus as it pertains to being over that budget. So that is a plus in that regard. I just wanted to point that out. Okay.
We also allocated $17 million from our general fund or fund balance for construction projects, and then an increase in staff salaries and benefits is why we needed to do this budget amendment. Next up is recommendations, and this is just kind of going to explain what has been done recently. More grant oversight. I already spoke to the revenue neutral budgeting. We're also starting to direct charge our grants, making sure that those expenditures hit those grants instead of trying to transfer money later. Timely reporting.
Okay, I need to stop you
Okay.
again. And the reason for this is so that we're clear, board, that what has been happening in the past is that we were going, our business office, we weren't directly charging ESSER. We were going back and what you call it, journal entries, which when you're not directly charging, you have to go back and do more work. And so Ms. Cleaves and Ms. Therese Nag, I think Therese is here. I thought I saw Therese. There's Therese. All right. Yeah. Wave your hand, please, Therese. Wave it in the air. Wave it like you just don't care. All right. All right. So they've made it possible for us to work with MDE. We had a great meeting with MDE, Mr. Kevin Walters, and Mr. Spencer, I think he's here as well, Simmons. We had a great meeting with those folks to be able to make sense out of all of this and do this the right way. And so they've been singing Flint's praises because we've been able to fully spend ESSER 2, fully spend ESSER 2. When folks said we weren't going to be able to do it, we were able to do it, and our MDE partners helped with that. So I want to make that plain that that is a big deal, that we are doing things in this way. And thank you, Ms. Therese and Shonda for making that happen. All right.
Also, we've made sure that there's a timely filing of our SC 4096 and 4094 reports. And what that is our special education cost reports and transportation reports. There was a timely filing of the FID submission, and this was done by our GISD Shared Time Director, Therese Nag. Cash management deposit procedures. We want to make sure that we're making timely deposits. Systems, policies, and procedures. This is the partnership goal number 3, making sure that policies are put in place as well as procedures. An expanded use of the finance system to increase accuracy and efficiency. We have the system, but just making sure that everyone's trained appropriately and we're utilizing it to its full potential.
Ms. Cleaves,
Yes.
thank you. Because my board members know this is my passion. This is everything about me. If you stabilize your finances in your district, you will be powerful. And these moves and these changes that you are implementing, they are priceless to me. And I just want to personally and publicly say thank you. I have all the confidence. I can rest now instead of being on alert looking at stuff. So you have my full support and my confidence in you doing what needs to be done for this district. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is long-term recommendations. The operational budget must be right-sized to account for elimination of the ESSER funding, which I'll talk about a little bit later of what that impact will look like. District facilities will need to better align with your enrollment realities, and fewer school buildings will help ensure scholars have high-quality instruction with more efficient staffing practices. So let's talk a little bit about the ESSER impact. The first column talks about the budget categories. So your salaries and benefits, contracted services, and utilities total the $25.4 million. These are your reoccurring costs, and these will have to be also in your 24-25 budget. The next column is your one-time costs, which are curriculum, construction costs, supplies. Those are $50.9 million. Those are exactly what they are, just the one-time costs. We won't see those added to the budget next year.
Can I ask a question? Vice President McNeil, if I may. I appreciate you for breaking that down for me. What are we charging for ESSER? So for my clarification, this will be charged to us after ESSER runs out, and we should be preparing for that.
Just the 25.4 million.
Okay.
The two columns equal the 76.9, which is your total ESSER allocation.
Right.
But just the 25.4 million will be needed to add it back to your budget.
So as soon as that run out, that'll be hitting.
Yeah, and
okay.
that reflects in the next slide.
Okay, thanks.
So this next slide is just kind of a projection for 24-25, what that fiscal year will look like. We have this projection is considered all things being equal. We're bringing in the same revenue. We're not adding any more expenditures. Your student count is the same. The ESSER funding, it must be spent by September 30th, 2024. And as you're going to see, currently our operating budget is heavily dependent on that ESSER funding. So with the beginning balance of 49.5 for your fund balance, your revenue is predicted to be the 50.3 million. How I came up with that is your revenue minus that ESSER allocation, which is in the second column of the 76.3 million. Your expenditures, the one-time costs have to be backed out, and that's the 67.9 million. So that one-time cost is from the previous slide of 50.9, and then your 17 million in construction costs that were in general fund balance this year. What that reflects is a $14.4 million structural deficit, which would then bring our fund balance down to 35.1 million. And then you have roughly a little bit over 2 years left of fund balance.
Can we pause? Okay, it needs to be very clear that Flint Community Schools is not sitting on money. It needs to be very clear that in 2.4 years, all right, the way we're going now, and that's why I'm so happy that the board has decided to repurpose buildings.
Thank you, sir.
We're probably going to need to accelerate and think about that, but so when you look at this structural deficit here, you have $35 million in the fund balance when it's all over. It's going to take 2.4 years for that to be gone, right? So adding on to that is not an option. We need to figure out how to repurpose buildings, but also look at employment. Look at all of those areas, okay? So just understand, once ESSER is gone, we're taking on that expense as a district. Just want to be clear.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question, Vice President McNeil? Yes. What's our way out? If I can keep it in layman's terms like that. So what steps, what best practices? I know we started the repurposing phase. We had the phased approach, over 3 years. Four buildings would be repurposed, but us seeing this number, how do we get to starting more? Getting better, being conservative, and actually make sure we're doing it. Please be honest with me.
So there's a couple, there's not just one thing.
Okay.
There's a couple things we need to do, and I think that we as a board and administration need to sit down and really talk about that. But there's more than just repurposing a building. 80 to 90% of what we pay out is in staffing. So when you look at $14 million, a structural deficit, there's more to look at than just
buildings. Okay.
just repurposing a building. So I think that there's more to talk about.
Okay.
And I think that's for another space.
All right.
But that is a great question, and it's the question that we all need to keep in front of us. What is our way out?
Thanks.
Oh, I was going to go on to the next slide. Okay. The next slide is construction projects. And if you want to go to the next one. So I won't go over each one, but this kind of lists out our current construction projects for the year. And if you want to jump a couple more slides. Right there. So we're looking at a total of $47 million that's been allocated for construction projects. $30 million from your ESSER grant funding, and then the general fund, your fund balance, we've allocated $17 million for construction projects. We currently have 2 bonds. The Energy Conservation Bond, this was issued on August 11, 2020 for $13.6 million. Payments began on June 15, 2021, and they actually end on June 15, 2040. The current balance is $15.9 million. The purpose of this bond was for energy savings improvement projects. We also have a financial stability bond. It was issued on June 2020 for $30.6 million. Payments began on December 15, 2020, and they end on June 30th, 2045. The current balance is $40 million on this bond. This bond was to eliminate general fund balance deficit and refinancing multi-year obligations. These funds are collected from your annual tax collections. Questions?
Could I just say thank you? Like literally, thank you for being, I gotta give it up for you. I can't be the only one right now. Literally, thank you. Our board, I mean, there's no secret that we had rough patch with employment in the CFO position. Not only that, but we appreciate you being here and giving us those process and procedures, creating those things that we all have been talking about, policy, process, and procedures, what we all been, echoing, and I thank you for it. Mr. Jones, congratulations, man. I'm proud of you. We're doing good work. I'm excited for what we have to come and the tough decisions that we have to make. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
with this, Ms. Cleaves, I think you just put everybody on notice that we're gonna have to make some major cuts and do a lot of cut trimming away. And the numbers don't lie. And I think this is a good foundation for you, Superintendent Jones, when you having your conversations with your leadership, that this is where we're heading, this is the direction we're going, and we have to attack it. And we got to make good decisions the first time. And this right here is a good start. Thank you. No more questions for me.
I want to thank you for the information that you gave. And speaking to the public, as a board member, we're going to have to make some tough decisions. And they're going to be hard decisions, but we have to do it in order to keep, I support public schools, and I'm believing that we can get growth. But in the meantime, we're going to need support from this whole district, including our teacher, our families, and everybody. So I just want to thank you for a job well done. And Mr. Jones, I appreciate the work that you have put forward. Thank you. You're done?
So at this time, with that, I would like to just say, Ms. Cleaves and Ms. Nag, along with the rest of the team that has worked very hard to ensure that we're turning the corner, right? We're off to a start. And with your help, Board of Education, you have made that possible for me to have this partnership here to really dig deep into the real numbers and what it is that we need to do. So you made that possible. But with that stated, the partnership would not be happening without Dr. Tunnicliffe and his support. So I'm going to just ask Dr. Tunnicliffe if you will come at this time. And let's just give Shanda one more round of applause, everyone. Miss Cleaves, I'm sorry, Mrs. Cleaves. And of course, our state superintendent is here as well, Dr. Michael Rice. And so I'm just going to ask them to come and just really talk about the partnership that we have and the work we're doing together to support Flint. And Dr. Tunnicliffe is a Go Blue Michigan fan.
Yes, sir. That's right.
Class of 97.
Just wanted to put that out there.
Class of 97, thank you.
Yes.
National championship that year as well. And I had played zero part in it, so thank you. Well, thank you, and thank you to Mrs. Cleaves for her report. And I think, I'm going off script already, just to say that I appreciate the board's commentary already, because at the end of the day, that first number at the bottom is a positive number. There's a fund balance there, but looking forward at what comes year after year after year after that is critically important. Seeing the bigger picture within what the projections look like. So I appreciate just recognition of that, and the fact that there isn't one solution, but that the board's committed to whatever solutions there might be, and we're committed, of course, to supporting you in that. So in my commentary, I just wanted to share with the board, again, my appreciation for allowing me to be here once again in front of you. And I was thinking, some of you may know, I was a former basketball coach. And as a basketball coach, I often was amazed by the power and impact of momentum. We've all seen games where you're watching a game and suddenly momentum starts to shift, and the team that was doing everything right is all of a sudden doing everything wrong. And the team that was doing everything wrong all of a sudden is doing everything right. Momentum has power. It doesn't win a game, but it has power and it shifts. And I share that because I think although there's significant and difficult work that you just started speaking to, and you have been speaking to in the many meetings I've visited you on, There's difficult work to be accomplished, but the momentum, in my opinion, sincerely, seems to be moving in the right direction here at Flint Community Schools, and I say that sincerely. I want to thank you and Superintendent Jones for your willingness to reach out and collaborate with us at the ISD. I was forthright when I became superintendent that we didn't have tremendous collaborations all the time. And that doesn't mean everything's always going to be perfect, but it does mean that we're better together. It does mean that we have some supports and resources that we can help to provide that Flint Community Schools can benefit from and leverage. And it also means, and as I've shared with you when I first met with you a couple of years ago, that the entire county is better when Flint Community Schools is strong and vibrant. There's no question about that. So we truly are better together, and I appreciate the fact that we're beginning new and better partnerships towards that end. I did want to publicly recognize, and you stole my thunder, Superintendent Jones, but I want to completely recognize there are some individuals that last April, during a difficult time here in Flint Community Schools, that literally pivoted from one day to the next from a job that they had to reporting here at Flint Community Schools and doing everything they could to make a positive difference for your community. And that wasn't me, that wasn't my doing. That was individuals who want to do what's best for kids and scholars, whether they're here in Flint or any other part of our community. And so Mrs. Nag, you waved before. I don't know if you want to stand as well this time, but Therese Nag does need to be recognized. Therese has been in the district at least 3 days a week since April. And this is not her job. She's still not back at doing the job that we need her to do long-term because she's committed. She's committed to you and the scholars that you serve. Karen Stong and Sybil Lindsay came back in April as well. And you may not have seen as much of them, but they were doing critical work around grant management. And you well know, in Flint Community Schools, grant management is significant. It's a significant part of your budget. It's a significant part of the way in which you can move scholars forward academically. And both of them have played a strong role and will continue to play a strong role here in Flint Community Schools to support you. And then, of course, because of your partnership, your willingness to join into shared business services and try this out with the ISD, you now have the support of Mrs. Cleaves and the work that she's done and the work that she's done with Therese Nag and others. And certainly I'm appreciative of Shanda's work. You have Takesha here with you, Takesha Montgomery, and she's hit the ground running since October. Significant job in front of her, but I know that she's truly committed. I want you to know I meet with what I call our Flint team on a weekly basis because it's important. It's important for me to know how we're doing, getting feedback, working, of course, with Superintendent Jones because we want it to work. We want it to work for you, and we want it to work for your scholars. But the value of these arrangements go well beyond these 2 or 3 individuals. We're able to leverage supports from 30-plus individuals just in business services alone because we're doing this work across the entire county. And so I think there's significant value in that. It's not just the individuals who are here. You're benefiting from a lot of supports of individuals who are all doing this work and trying to identify best practices. Nobody works in a vacuum. And so I think there's support that you're receiving that you'll never potentially know about. But Mrs. Cleaves isn't doing it on her own. Certainly Ms. Montgomery isn't doing it on her own. None of us do it on our own. And so I hope that eventually you'll see the value of those partnerships growing. And further, I would also like to recognize the fact that you are starting to better utilize FAS and HRS. Now, that seems like a simple thing, but those are those systems that you talked about that you have access to that you're starting to implement. And as you implement those systems with fidelity, you can better count on accuracy of your numbers. You can better count on accuracy of the important decisions that you're making. And I think that will make a big difference as well. And then lastly, I did want to share, we are interviewing literally tomorrow a highly qualified individual for an assistant director for business. I certainly hope that that works out, because that's another critical need that you have that will be able to provide support to Mrs. Cleaves and others in your business department. Let's hope this is not wood, but let's hope that that works out. In the area of education and learning, we have 3 individuals that are part of your system embedded into your schools on a daily basis that are doing the work of literacy coaching, and want to be in your district doing the work of literacy coaching on a daily basis. We have additional positions posted. We're trying to continue to fill those positions, but of course they're doing important work and helping to move you forward in your partnership agreement. And then, as I briefly mentioned, from my perspective, I sense a recognition, an openness, a level of engagement among the board to continue to work on partnerships. Again, it's not going to be the answer to everything. I don't propose that. It's just to simply say that we are better when we work together, and there have to be more opportunities that we can support one another in that work. And then lastly, I just wanted to recognize that today, just the simple practice of implementing a budget amendment. I don't know the history of Flint Community Schools. I can tell you not every school district does that, has a budget amendment right after an audit, right after you know what your enrollment is, all of the critical aspects, but it's a best practice. It doesn't fix anything, but it recognizes that you're following best practices and gives you the information you need to make the decisions moving forward. And for that, it might seem simple, but to me, it's evidence of a high-functioning system. And I think it shows to others as well. As Mrs. Cleaves noted, the projections are sobering, though, at the same time. And so it's not to show numbers and then walk away. We're going to be here to figure out best practices and how to address that. I know Superintendent Rice will continue to work with us on that. And I would offer that it's not just about cutting, it's also about growing. That's right. And there's 2 levers to that. I'm not so sure that you can cut all the way through one when you probably can't raise revenue all the way through the other. But I think looking at both of those would be important. And so again, I just wanted to offer my appreciation. I'll be here yet again, of course. And as if you have ideas, thoughts on how we can improve, and certainly in any ways the work that we're doing, any feedback that you have for me, I want you to know I'm open and available to that. Mr. Jones and I talk regularly, and so I certainly want to continue to support your district and your scholars. And now it's my honor to turn over the floor to our state superintendent, Dr. Michael Rice. Dr. Rice has, and I can attest, has maintained a sincere and genuine concern for Flint Community Schools, a supportive concern for Flint Community Schools. Mr. Jones and I know this because we meet with him regularly, and I know there's hundreds and hundreds of districts in the state, but he demonstrates genuine concern about you, your community, and the scholars that you serve, and each of us. So I want to say I appreciate that, Dr. Rice, and I turn it over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Superintendent. Board Vice President McNeil, good to see you again. Members of the board, Superintendent Jones, good evening. With me are 4 colleagues of mine from the Michigan Department of Education who have worked, among many others, with Flint Community Schools. And if, when I call their names, you would please rise. Marty Ackley, Director of the Office of Public and Governmental Affairs, and a Flint Northern graduate. Go Vikings. Gloria Chapman, Director of the Office of Partnership Districts. Spencer Simmons, Director of the Office of Financial Management. And Kevin Walters, Manager of Grants and Contracts. I appreciate their work and that of many of my MDE colleagues to support Flint and the 839 other local school districts across the state of Michigan. I also appreciate the partnership we have with Superintendent Jones and members of his staff, as well as the very valuable presentation of Ms. Cleaves, your new Chief Financial Officer. As a longtime urban educator who began his career as a teacher in the Washington, D.C. public schools, led 2 urban school districts, and managed the finances of 3 other urban school districts, I feel a special kinship with Flint. In the spring, Superintendent Tunnicliffe and I wrote to you, Board, to share concerns and to encourage you to get board superintendent training. To be clear, I've advocated and continue to advocate with the state legislature for mandatory school board training across the state for all school boards, along with mandatory mentoring of teachers, principals, and superintendents. These are important positions among many, and they require training and professional development. Amen, Superintendent? Amen. Since that time, to your credit, you've engaged in both Neola board policy work and MASB board superintendent training. That's good for you, and that's leadership, Board. Superintendent Jones has led the partnership with Superintendent Tunnicliffe and the ISD, which has helped you strengthen your financial management and your human resources management. Because if you don't have control over your finances, Ms. Relaford, to your point, you can't have control over your academics. If you don't have control over your human resources, you don't have control over your academics. You've heard the advice of your consultant regarding facility right-sizing and have voted to close schools. You've completed a construction project at Doyle Ryder, reopened the school, and voted to allow a proposal from the district to the Mott Foundation to do additional capital work. Your enrollment is above your spring estimate, as reported by Ms. Cleaves, as noted by the superintendent, a far cry from what it was back in your heyday. 10 years ago, I had the opportunity to speak with Mr. Watkins, may he rest in peace, when he was the interim superintendent of your school. He and I were urban superintendent colleagues together in Middle Cities. He told me that back in the day, that is to say in the early 70s, Flint was the second largest district in the state. It had 47,000 students. So it's a far cry from your heyday, but it's nonetheless 128 students above budgeted number. That's a big deal, and you should celebrate those small victories. And my brief tour of the district today to see and interact with students at Southwestern, Durant, Turry Mott, and Doyle Ryder showed me engaged students and many, many caring faculty members. You've made progress. You should pause for a moment, take stock, and appreciate the progress of the last several months. It's a good moment to be proud. It's also a good moment to redouble your efforts. So, Board, you need to accelerate your progress, both financially and academically. The financial report that Ms. Cleaves has presented you this evening shows a structural deficit, a gap between recurring revenue, Board Member King, and recurring expenditures, a $14 million gap. To have structural balance in your finances, your recurring revenue has to be equal to or greater than, Ms. Cleaves, your recurring expenditures. Federal pandemic relief funds, so-called ESSER funds, are non-recurring revenue. For a moment in time, they make your finances and the finances of districts across the country appear better. But that's illusory, because they aren't recurring, they aren't enduring, they're not here tomorrow, and they're not available on an enduring basis to address your enduring expenditures, your recurring expenditures. At this rate, Ms. Cleaves' analysis points out, as she and the superintendent noted, that all else being equal, your fund balance will dissipate within 2.5 years of the end of the 24-25 school year. That should give you pause, substantial pause. Having too many facilities is not simply a problem of paying for too many facilities and as a result paying for too much gas and electricity and principals and secretaries and custodians than you otherwise would have if you had fewer buildings. It also adversely affects your teacher staffing. And this is hard sometimes for non-educators to understand, but let me give you an example from our tour today. So take Doyle Ryder, for example. So Doyle Ryder had 190 kids last year. That's 248 this year, according to the principal in our walkthrough. That said, it could accommodate more than 500. She said up to 600 students. But you currently have 248 over 8 grades. So what's that per grade? On average, that's 31 a grade. That's an awkward number, 31 a grade. It's too much for a single class. Nobody intelligently would educate 31 children in a kindergarten, a first grade, a second grade, a third grade, in any of the schools in which I've led. But when you cut it in half, it's too small. So it's too large for one, it's too small for two. When you more fully use space, it helps you not simply in terms of your utility costs, but also in terms of your staff efficiency. With class sizes that accommodate student need, student academic needs, socio-emotional needs on the one hand, but on the other, the budget constraints of the district, you become more efficient. The more you spread out your resources in buildings, the more you're going to inefficiently staff. And that's where the money is. That's where the money is in a school district budget, to Superintendent's point. I urge you to expedite the movement to structural balance with recurring revenue greater than or equal to recurring expenditures, including expedited right-sizing of school space. As you work on reducing the amount of school space, I urge you to work with other partners, including Mott and your community, to replace outdated facilities where you need to replace outdated facilities with brand new ones. They're facilities that have served Flint youth for many, many decades. That's beautiful. But I mean, tick-tock goes the clock. Some of these buildings were not meant to be here 100 years later. They just weren't. Some of us as human beings weren't meant to be here 100 years later, and the buildings are the same. And if that's the case, they need to be replaced. And you need to work on that, because to replace is to create a little bit of a magnet with respect to people. 190 people last year at Doyle Ryder, 248 this year. Well, what's the difference between last year and this year? New attracts, not solely, but in part. New also reduces your infrastructure costs, not completely, but in part. That helps you reduce that structural deficit. I urge you to expand efforts, including diverse classroom libraries board, to engage your students and community. In so doing, I urge you to work to engage student staffs and community in efforts to increase the share of students within your boundaries that go to Flint schools. You don't need to have a single child from outside of Flint to have a terrific budget and a terrific academic program, but you do need a larger market share. You can't have the current market share and make it work. You got to grow that market share. You got to bring people back. Finally, I urge you to continue your board superintendent training and to lean into the most important aspects of your work: the academic, the financial, the infrastructure, which affect one another, and leave the day-to-day running of the school district to your very capable superintendent, who's about to celebrate, board, his 2-year anniversary in that role, and let him do the day-to-day operations with his staff. Board and superintendent, you're on the right path. It's time to accelerate your movement down that path. My department and I appreciate the opportunity to work with you, to partner with the superintendent, and to help you make the very best district you can make in support of your scholars. Thank you.
Are there any comments or questions, board members, that you have for Dr. Tunnicliffe or Dr. Rice at this time?
I have a question. You brought great information and great data for us to make decisions. But as a board, I struggle, because I speak for myself, but I think the board agree, is the finance that we would need to make some of these things happen. And where do we kind of get some of this support from? As relates to, we know we need a new school. We know we need to close schools down. And then as it relates to market share, we know we are competing with over, 20-some charter schools. So there's a lot of information that's hindering us. At the same time, I'm the type of person like to walk and chew gum at the same time. So, and we're dealing with all of these obstacles. What can you, information or input can you give? Even if it's not at this time, you can send something that we can start looking at. As they look to, if we're gonna close, then we need revenue somewhere else, and putting all that together, if I'm making sense to you.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So there are a number of things that you need to do. You're already on your way. But you do need to move a little bit more precipitously. You've already decided you have too many schools. You do not need 11 schools to educate 2,800, 2,900, 2,950 children. You know that. Yeah. And the longer you perseverate over the closings, the more it hangs over you. And the longer it takes to derive savings, the more you dissipate that fund balance. But what I would say to you beyond the school closings piece is, every time you have a win, I would celebrate it. I would celebrate it publicly, I would celebrate it with children, I would celebrate it with parents, I would celebrate it with community. There are so many different things that you can do and are doing to make Flint schools good. But what's the sound of a tree falling in an empty forest? If people don't hear it, they can't be affected by it. And so you need to publicize those wins on a regular basis. So superintendent was doing a little bit of that role modeling with respect to the enrollment. He wanted Ms. Cleese to pause, and he wanted to underscore that increase in enrollment. Some of your communities coming back. He wanted people to hear that and hear it and hear it and hear it. And I would really drumbeat around those wins. You've got some movement in terms of diverse classroom libraries. Celebrate that and use that as an opportunity to advertise to foundations, hey, we've got something here that's good, we'd like to expand it. Community members see that and they say, well, we don't necessarily get that at the 14 PSAs in Genesee ISD. We don't necessarily see that in the 20 other the traditional public school districts in Genesee ISD. We see that only in Flint Community Schools. We want to send our child back to Flint Community Schools, or we want to send our child to Flint Community Schools. So it's doing good work, small victories, publicizing those, developing the momentum that Superintendent Tunnicliffe was talking about, the momentum that Superintendent Jones was role modeling. Does that help?
Yeah, that's a start. As it relates to bonds, I know we have bonds, and I know we owe a bond. Could we look at other possibility to getting bonds to build new schools, or that's too far out there?
So it's a longer conversation. The answer is you can bond for new schools. That requires a bond question on your ballot, and it requires a positive vote from your citizens. So there are a lot of ins and outs to that. I think those bear conversation among board members, board and staff, board and community. I think all of those conversations need to take place. You bet. Those are really important conversations.
Thank you.
Yep, you bet.
Anyone else have any more questions?
Go ahead. I just have a comment. Dr. Rice, I've never met you. I'm Melody. Hi, how are you?
Hello there, how are you?
Good. When we got on this board, 5 out of the 7 were board certified in January.
Yep.
And we all take our positions very seriously. We have made it our business to be accessible to this entire community. And one of the things that we worked on since last January to the present is our relationship with the superintendent. And one, he has learned to trust us as well as we trust him. In the beginning, today, pretty much patted me on my back because in January and February, I made some tough comments that a lot of people didn't like, but I knew it was the right comments to make. And today, Ms. Cleaves justified that with what she put on the board. And what I'm saying to you all, this is the best board for Flint Community Schools. We are going to always do what's best for Flint Community Schools. And one thing that's important, and I would like to say to you, sir, is the humans in this community. Everyone is important to us. In closing a school, we have to make sure that everybody's okay. And sometimes it may not happen as fast as individuals on the outside may think it should happen, but it will happen. So we're, at the end of the day, we're responsible for this district, and we want you to be able to say, Flint will take care of Flint. May not have in the past, but this board that has been elected by the people, we're going to take care of Flint Community Schools. We're going to support our superintendent in all that he does. And we will talk, we're a lot better, wouldn't you agree, Superintendent Jones? And we're what we need. We are what we need. And I actually welcome you to, when you have spare time, to just drop in unannounced. I would, and I think you would definitely understand. So, just wanted to say that.
No, I appreciate that, and I will tell you, I will drop in, but not unannounced. Because I would not have wanted a state superintendent dropping in unannounced when I was a local superintendent. I won't do that to Superintendent Jones. But I appreciate the offer, and I will be back. Thank you.
Trustee McIntyre. Hello, thank you.
Good to see you again.
Good to see you again as well. I really appreciate your commitment to public education. And I've been listening carefully to your recommendations and, balancing them with, kind of an ideology of what should be and what is. And so I guess my question to you would be, in the structural position that we're in Michigan with the charter schools, with a kind of pushback against public education in myriad ways, we're forced to deal with certain realities, whether we like them or not. Is there movement towards perhaps altering those realities a little bit, maybe pushing back on this assault on public education and you suggested, I like what you suggested, that we pause, we take stock of what our small victories are and communicate those to the public, and I think that that's important. And I think that's one of the things that can be done, because we've kind of have to change the kind of overall attitude, or kind of like this intellectual malaise, I guess, that we have. But do you know of anything that we can do, that the community can do, to kind of maybe like shift the balance more towards support of public education? I believe we had a comment about, a question from the public about Montessori certification. For example, that would be one thing to change, maybe to alleviate or help the situation, to make it more, I don't know, workable, workable or conducive. maybe, like reducing the number of charter schools? I mean, just legislatively, or, what's going on with that, I guess?
Sure.
If that makes sense. Sorry for
Okay.
this vague.
No, it's a lot of question. Let me
Yeah.
try to do some justice to it if I could. I know of no movement to reduce the number of charter schools in the state. That said, there was a reduction of, I believe, 10 charter schools last year. Charter authorizers pulling the authorization from the charter from their schools. So there was a little bit of gentle pruning within the charter community. Whether that's a trend or whether that's a one-year aberration, I don't know, but that exists. That's number one. Number two, that had nothing to do with the state legislature. Those were independent decisions of independent charter authorizers. In some cases, those schools had landed on the partnership district list. In some cases, they had not landed on the partnership district list. In some cases, they didn't have the requisite enrollment to make them ongoing concerns for the charter authorizers. In other cases, there were academic issues. In other cases, they may have felt that there was no longer an interest for whatever reason in a given community or communities. But I hear no movement to cap the number of charter schools. That was a big issue, as you may recall, 10 or 12 years ago in the state. I got one for you. There you go. Yep, you bet. So that was a movement 10 or 12 years ago, you may recall, and the cap was pulled, and there is no limit whatsoever on charter schools, and for all intents and purposes, there's no limit on cyber schools as well. We have 840 local school districts in the state. They're just shy of 300 public school academies. We clearly don't need 840 school districts in the state of Michigan to educate 1.4 million public school children. So your point's well taken, but I don't hear anything in the legislature about capping the number of charter schools. I think that competition in the ISD to which you refer is going to be here for the foreseeable future. You're going to have to work on your end of that competition. And what I would do if I were you is I would set a goal each year for growing your enrollment. You want to grow your enrollment by 100 kids a year. Choose your favorite number, whatever, because to Ms. Relaford's point, it is your decision. You are the board. You make the determination. It's a local school district. You are the local school board in charge of that local school district. But I would set goals. In my former district, 10 of the 12 years that I was superintendent, we raised enrollment. We raised enrollment by more than 1,200 kids in 12 years. You should have a goal for raising your enrollment, and you've got a lot of capacity to raise your enrollment. You never have to go outside your boundaries to raise enrollment. You have a tremendous opportunity here, and you've got a lot of people in your community who want to be part of the renaissance of Flint Community Schools. They went to Flint Community Schools, their siblings went to Flint Community Schools, their kids went to Flint Community Schools, and they want to be a part of bringing it back.
I wholeheartedly agree with you on everything you said. This is a very progressive board. We have learned to work together. We really have. And I think the community sees that as well. I believe Flint is going to be the comeback kid. The reason I say that, a lot of people aren't noticing, but they've just gotten through or almost through building another shop in Flint over on Hamilton Avenue, which is going to bring an influx of community back. They're also building up Burston Field House. A lot of money is going in that, part of it due to the Mott Foundation. We're going to get this community back up and running, I do believe. A lot of us board members are engaged in so many areas in this city with block clubs and everything. And now that we're putting homes back together, which is going to be state-of-the-art, you're going to see a lot of influx, I believe. And then innovation. We have to think outside the box. But I believe that we're coming back. And we're all going to be a part of making that happen. So I know engaging with the community is major, and some of us are out there doing just that. I just want you to be reassured. And we function well now together. We're getting educated in so many different areas, and I just believe you'll see a positive change. Yeah, we know we have to make some hard decisions, but I believe we're up to the task, and I believe we're going to come back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice President McNeil.
Yes, trustee.
Thank you, Dr. Rice and Superintendent Tunnicliffe, for coming up here today. I wanted to appreciate you for coming to talk to us. Dr. Rice, when you said publication of our wins, I would like to publicly acknowledge our communication liaison, Mrs. Jones, for the hard work she's been doing on our social media platform, and what's coming with our mobile app. We approved the mobile app development, and she's been working diligently with that. I want to give a round of applause for her being here. Oh, Ms. Jones, could you raise your hand so we can see who you are? There we go. I wanted to publicly acknowledge Mrs. Jones right there, because I'm telling you, the social media is on fire, and I'm excited to see what she's going to do with it and what she has been doing with it. Another thing I would like to say that I thank you for the nudge. I'm going to just publicly say I thank you for the nudge you gave us. But board, we had, a rough time, but man, I tell you, we're doing an awesome job. I'm excited for the years to come. Superintendent Jones, I always said that, this is what an empowered superintendent looks like. Superintendent Jones has been flourishing ever since. I always say when it started was really when the superintendent evaluation. After that, we've been flourishing ever since. And I appreciate your leadership in our district, Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones, he'd call you up at night, or he'd talk to us, keep us informed. The hard work, Mr. Jones, thank you. You are a superintendent that will last for a long time. I'm going to hold you to it, right? Your superintendent's going to last for a long time. We appreciate the hard work. I appreciate the hard work that you have been doing in our district, gathering the team, really holding it out through us, through our foolishness, through our dysfunction in some cases, and before us. You've been through it all, and I appreciate you for it. I want to publicly be able to say that to you. So thank you. Dr. Rice, thank you for coming to our schools today. We'll probably invite you back when we get our cube all situated. We're excited to show you that. So thank you.
I'm going to say this, then I'm turning it over to Mr. Jones. When I first met you, Dr. Rice, you know where the board was at. And you had us in a room. And when I left, I had made a commitment that I was going to try to work and do these things. We didn't have a strategic plan. We didn't have a good direction. And sometimes it just takes one board member to get a group together. And we took that initiative together, and we sat down with some of the board members, and Mr. Jones got the strategic plan. We got him the strategic plan. And then we had transition. So then we made a plan to do a 6-month, what was a 6-month?
6-month focus.
6-month focus. We're still in the midst of our strategic plan. And I think, Mr. Jones, said we have completed. And so I urge the board that we stay focused, because we're not done with the strategic plan, and that we keep moving forward the way we're going. I dragged on and called Mr. Jones a lot. I dragged him out to community, get him out in the community, because it makes a big difference when he's in the community. And you can hear grandparents and parents talking about, one lady said, I got 13 kids in a charter school, grandkids, and she said come September or August, she's gonna make sure those 13 is over at home. So making our superintendent available to the public, he's always there, but he don't know where everything is at, and he can call me, and we can just go out there to the community, which is great. But I will let Mr. Jones let you know where we at with that strategic plan, and get the board to say, we still got another part of it that have to be completed. Go ahead, Mr. Jones.
So thank you, Dr. Rice. Thank you, Dr. Tunnicliffe. We appreciate the partnership. We appreciate the bi-weekly, almost weekly calls that we get and the opportunity that we get to talk together to bring a brighter future to Flint. And board members, you are correct. Flint, we are taking care of Flint.
Yes, we are.
We are taking care of Flint, and we are going to do our best to ensure that the scholars that are coming, even after we're all gone, that they have a brighter future and a place to come and learn and play. So thank you, Dr. Tunnicliffe. Thank you, Dr. Rice. And thank you to the ISD team and the MDE team. Mr. Walters, I just have to say this, the work that you've done over the years for Flint and the work that you have done this year in particular with me in training, I need that to be stated to the public that without your support, we would not be where we are with the current utilization of our title funds. So I need you to know that I affirm you openly for the work that you're doing. So just wave your hand, please, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. I seek a motion and a second from the board to move Resolution 11.19, adoption of the budget amendment to the regular meeting on November 15, 2023 for adoption.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to move the items Superintendent Jones said to the next board meeting.
It has been properly moved and second. Is there any discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the motion to move Resolution 11.119, adoption of the budget amendment to the regular meeting for adoption will be conducted by a roll call. Board members, as I call your name, please say yes or no. Trustee Relaford?
Yes.
Trustee King?
Yes.
Treasurer Loon is absent. Trustee Perkins?
Yes.
Trustee McIntyre?
Yes.
Mr. Clack is absent, and myself, Vice President McNeil, is a yes. Motion passes.
Thank you, board. At this time, I am going to call Stevenson and Company forward, Ms. Cindy, to come and present the audit to the Board of Education and our community.
Right here now. Nice seeing you again. Oh, it's 3 books this time. 2. Okay.
Thank you.
I assume we're waiting for a moment. Do you want me to wait?
No, go ahead, go ahead.
Okay. Good evening. Good to see all of you again. Just as a reminder, I'm Cindy Scott. I'm a partner at Stevenson Company. I've been working on school district audits for about 20 years, so it was a pleasure to be able to come back here again. I brought Nathan Miller with me today. He's a manager on school audits out of our East Tawas office and has 15, 16 years into school auditing. So it was a pleasure to be able to come back. It was a very different crew for the most part on all levels that we worked with, and I have to tell you, and I'll tell you again at the end, you have a fabulous group of people to work with. That's not any knocks on last year, but you have a great team and a great effort going with Genesee ISD, and I think you'll see that with the audit results and what we were able to do. So you all have the bound reports in front of you, and I believe as well, you were sent PDF copies of those as well as the presentation. I know you've already had a long meeting, you've had a lot of financial presentations, and so I don't want to monopolize your night. So you have a lot of good information, and I'm going to try to go through it quickly and just stop on the areas that I think are really important to highlight for you. But by all means, if you do have a question, please ask. I don't want to leave anyone unattended. But starting out, the whole reason why we do what we do, the whole reason we're here for several weeks and doing a lot of testing and bothering your poor business office so much is not to say whether or not Flint Schools is in good financial standing or poor financial standing, but to say, is this information accurate and can it be relied upon? Is it free of material misstatement? And we were able to issue an unmodified opinion, which is the highest level of assurance, and we're saying, yes, this is accurate information that you can rely upon and make decisions based on, so that's a positive thing. So next in that bound report, just so you know how to follow it along, beginning on page 3 is the management's discussion and analysis. I really encourage all of you to read through that page by page, line by line, when you have some time. It's a really good recap of the year in layman's terms to help you follow through how the year went. So I do encourage you to read that, and we'll move along to the actual financial statements. Now, just to refresh your memory from last year, your financial statements are made up of 2 different sets of financial data. You have your fund financial statements, which is what you budget in accordance with. Your fund statements are what you're going to be used to looking at on a month-to-month basis. Your general fund, your food service fund, and so on. But then once a year at audit time, we have to consolidate all of those funds into one set of financial data and then incorporate all the long-term activity, the net pension liability, the OPEB liability, which is the other post-employment benefits, your bonds, your capital outlay and fixed assets, all that long-term activity that you don't have to look at from month to month gets incorporated into those financial statements. So a couple key highlights. We talked last year a lot about the net pension liability and the OPEB liability. That net pension liability is definitely the largest liability on your books, and as of June 30th, 2023, your net pension liability ended the year at just over $74 million. So just like I mentioned last year, I'm going to stress again, this is an estimate. This is an estimate that the actuarial comes in and performs an actuarial valuation. It gets audited by the Auditor General, and they take that multi-billion-dollar liability and they divvy it out to all those school districts based on a proportionate share, and you get your piece of the pie. And unfortunately, there's nothing that we can do about that. It is what it is. But, oh, absolutely.
Do you recall what it was last year?
I do have that. I believe that's the next slide. It is. So it increased from last year, $22,436,252.
What will cause that?
A lot of things can cause that. If your proportionate share increases, but yours actually decreased. But when the actuaries change their assumptions, that is going to change your liability. So the assumptions would be things like, at what age do we believe the average female employee is going to retire or pass away? Or at what rate of return do we believe our investments are going to bring in for those investments being held in trust at the state? So they come up with all of those assumptions to determine how much do we think it's going to cost the state of Michigan for all of the employees in the school districts from the time they retire to the time they pass away, versus how much do we have currently sitting in that trust at the state, and how much of interest and investment earnings are we going to receive on that amount over that time frame. And the difference between what they believe will be paid out and what they believe will come in creates that net pension liability.
So that $22 million increase in 1 year?
That is the increase from last year's assumptions and estimates to this year's. Now, I do want to point out that they have deferred inflows and outflows that get really confusing, but that's where they're flowing those assumptions through. And the deferred inflows and outflows did offset that increase by about $25 million.
Okay, thank you.
Go back for me, Nathan, one slide there. So just to end, the net position for the district, when we look at that big picture view, because of that net pension liability, does show a deficit of $21,475,564. But I want to just stress, look at it more as a disclosure to the public to let them know what that pension cost is in the future. The state doesn't look at this deficit and say that you're in a deficit. They look at your fund level to determine that. So go ahead and jump ahead, Nathan. So this was just a slide to show you the changes in the net pension liability and the OPEB liability. The OPEB liability increased to $659,000 from last year. So big ticket changes, I won't read them all to you line by line because you do have them there for you, but overall your revenues, big picture, increased about $5.5 million. So the biggest pieces there are that you did have increased state revenue that was specifically set aside to use to pay down that net pension liability. So the state gave you additional revenues called 147C2 of $1.8 million that had to be turned around and paid over to the Office of Retirement Services to pay down that liability. You also had additional increases in your federal dollars spent of $3.5 million, and then some other smaller increases across your revenues. Now this is quite small on the screen, but luckily you all have it PDF as well so you can dig down into it. But on the expense side, your expenses show an increase of $4.3 million, but the largest piece there is whenever that net pension liability and OPEB liability fluctuates from year to year, which it will, the offset has to run through your pension expenses. So it appears that your expenses increase significantly, but it's more on paper because of that net pension liability, not a cash flow. If we actually look at the cash flow, what offsets that is that your actual salaries and wages and benefits decreased. Can you read it from here, Nathan? Yeah, 6.8 million. So couple factors there. One, you had a lot of positions that were not filled this year. So you're going to see increases in your purchase services because you had to outsource some of those positions. But the other big piece is you don't have those ESSER stipends going out this year like you have in previous years. Go ahead to the next. So then when you get to page 10 of the bound report, now you're into the fund level statements. This is going to be more familiar for you with what you look at on a month-to-month basis when you're looking at your budgets. So you have one major fund, which is the general fund, and then all of the other funds are considered non-major, so they're consolidated into one column on page 10, but if you go to the back, you will get more detail individually of those funds. So I know this was already discussed tonight, so I won't spend too much time, but your ending general fund balance was $55.5 million. So like your CFO mentioned, once the ESSER dollars end, that's going to start looking differently. So that is something that we'll want to keep on the forefront of our minds as we move forward into the next couple years. So just a quick recap, looking at your revenue dollars. I like to look at it based on funding source over 3 years. So you can see that those state dollars, they started to drop and now they're coming back up, while your federal sources took quite a jump from 21 to 22 and then a little bit more of an increase in 23. Federal dollars currently make up 51% of your general fund, while state dollars make up 36%. Once the ESSER dollars stop coming in, I think you're going to see that shift where the state dollars are making up the vast majority of your general fund. On the expense side, I mentioned that you had more positions that were not filled in-house, plus you had the loss of those ESSER stipends. So you can see those salaries and wages coming down this year while the purchase services increased. Supplies, the supplies showed an increase as well this year, mostly related to using those ESSER dollars for additional technology supplies and curriculum. So as Dr. Rice mentioned earlier, the vast majority of your expenses are in your people. Whether those are in-house employees or contracted services, you have roughly 70-some% of your expenses are between those contracted employees and the people in your building. Any questions before I jump into the footnotes?
None.
So the footnotes, just a few that I want to point out to you, and I will not read them all, I promise. We did have to implement GASB 96 this year. If you recall, last year we spoke about GASB 87, which was the requirement to evaluate all of your long-term agreements for tangible things. If it was a school bus or a copier or a postage meter or space, we had to evaluate all of those long-term contracts. And if for any contract that was non-cancelable for more than a year, we had to calculate the present value of that contract to determine if it was material enough to book an asset, a right-to-use asset, and a liability. This year, we had to do the same thing, but for the intangibles. So it's the subscription-based IT arrangements. Think of your online curriculums, your softwares, your accounting softwares, and so on. Luckily, most of the district's contracts are cancelable. They're not for more than a year, and the ones that were not material, so we did not have to record those assets or liabilities, but we do need to make you aware that that was implemented this year. Go ahead. So I'm not going to read these, but I want to make you aware of the next 3 slides. These are footnotes in your financial statements. You have a lot of construction going on, and I know you're all aware of that. So for any of those commitments where the board approved a contract before June 30th that wasn't complete at June 30th, that's considered a commitment, and so we detail those out in the footnotes so that the user of the financial statements knows what was already committed to. And just like with the next slide, subsequent events, if the board approves something that's significant after June 30th, but before the audit report is finalized, we have to disclose that as well so that people know what commitments are continuing to happen after the fact. And then the next slide, what has happened is when you brought in your new financial team from Genesee ISD, they were able to really start digging through some past information to be able to fine-tune some numbers. And I think probably the largest thing in there was some revenue dollars that were not previously recognized because it wasn't believed that they had been spent, and they were able to determine that they were spent, so we're able to recognize those dollars. So that footnote walks you through those adjustments from previous years. So we are also required to look at your budget and look at what did the board originally approve, what was that final approved budget at the end of the year, and then where did you end up? The goal is to try to be within 5% of what you budgeted. As you can see, revenues were about 21% and expenses were about 30% off for the 23 fiscal year. But the good news is it was to the positive in that you spent less dollars than you expected to spend. So the goal is just going to be to try to fine-tune that budget, and I think with the team you have now, that's not going to be a problem. Beginning on page 4 gives you just supplementary information to your financial statements. It breaks down those non-major funds I mentioned, and it also walks you through the individual departments of your general fund so that if you wanted to drill down to how much did we spend in supplies in elementary last year, this year, and what did we budget for, it breaks it down for you just at a more detailed level. Then we move into the single audit, which is going to be that thin bound report that you have. And a single audit is required when a district receives and spends more than $750,000 in federal revenue. Flint schools had $44 million in federal revenue this year, so a single audit was definitely required. And we were required to test 40% of the grants, 40% of the dollars coming in, and we were able to cover 68% by testing the nutrition cluster, Title IIA, which is improving teacher quality, and the ESSER dollars. So as Shonda mentioned earlier, we did have 2 findings, and I'll try to explain them to you without being too technical and making it hard to understand. But the first was with the meal claims. When we test a nutrition cluster, we are required to sample and test that the meals that are being claimed by the federal government or to the federal government for reimbursement are supportable, that we're claiming the number of meals that were served. And unfortunately, with our testing, we did find that the company doing those draws and tallies, they were not able to support all of the meals that were claimed. This doesn't mean that those meals didn't happen. It means that they couldn't support that they happened. So we did have to document those as being an overclaimed amount, which shows question costs of $295,380. So what I had recommended to the company was that they continue to try to find supporting documentation for those draws, because if they can support it, then they would be able to provide that support to the state, and the state would not recapture those dollars. But aside from that support, the state could come back and recapture those dollars.
Vice President McNeil, is Mr. Jones, is Chartwell's here now?
Yes, they are here.
Is a representative come up and answer a question if may?
You want to wait till she finishes, or you want to do it now?
Okay, I just want to make sure I ask a question on that. Okay, I'll wait till that.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yep. So then with this second finding, and Shonda had mentioned that we are going to be changing the verbiage of it. So what has happened here is with a lot of the federal grants, one of the ways that we test to make sure that only approved expenditures were spent and drawn is by comparing what was drawn to the budget in total. And so that's where the language comes in that is unclear, because we refer to the 10%. And the 10%, strictly 10% rule does not apply to ESSER. But what we found when we were testing ESSER 1, so this was the grant that completed really 2 school years ago is when it was primarily completed. When we were testing that, we found multiple areas where there were expenses drawn for categories. So let's just pretend a certain department's supplies, where there was nothing approved in the ESSER budget for those supplies. So apart from going through every single line, it was impossible for us to know exactly what was approved and what was not approved. So our approach was to look for anything over 10% of the budget. But the good news is I'll be able to tweak the wording so that it's not a guaranteed question cost to the state, but that this was what represents 10% over the budget. However, the district has the opportunity to go through that activity, and if they can support that the areas that are over budget are really approved and maybe they're just misclassified, then the state, you can submit that to the state as well, and they won't recapture those dollars.
I have a question. This is not for you, Superintendent Jones. Is this what Mr. Jones has shared with us, that it wasn't spent down? Is it that dollar amount, or is it something different?
This is a little bit different.
This is a little bit different, okay. So basically, I'm going to repeat what you said from my understanding. These are dollars that are unaccounted for.
Not unaccounted for.
Not drawn down?
These were drawn down.
They were drawn down.
When we compare
Okay.
just a flat number from what your trial balance shows of what was drawn versus what the budget allowed for, these are the amounts that exceeded what was approved.
This is just ESSER fund, ESSER 1.
ESSER 1.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Proceed.
So then when we get to the management letter, which is the letter loosely enclosed in the back of your larger bound report, if you recall from last year, there are 2 appendices. The first appendix is the required canned communication. Are there any significant audit matters? Yes, we had to implement GASB 96 this year, and we have to report to you that the significant estimates are the net pension liability and the OPEB liability. There are no material corrected or uncorrected misstatements, and that's one thing I do want to stop and sing our praises when we're told to, right? The journal entries that were recommended this audit compared to a year ago were drastically reduced. So that is a huge, huge thanks and a great job by your administrative team. There were no disagreements with management. Management was able to provide us with written representation that everything that they gave us was accurate to the best of their knowledge, that they're not withholding information from us. We're not aware of you consulting with other auditors for a different opinion, and there are no other issues or matters outside of what we'll talk about in Appendix 2. So when we get to Appendix 2, if you recall from last year, there's a few different levels of management comments that we have. There are material weaknesses and significant deficiencies, which I want to explain how those are defined so you can understand the severity. If there is an issue or something or a concern that is uncovered that is a significant piece of your audit, it's a significant part of your financial statements, and it's reasonably possible that something could go wrong, we have to evaluate if it did, would it be material to your financial statements or not, or would it be consequential to the district but not material? And if it's material, it's a material weakness. If it's consequential but not material, it's a significant deficiency. And I am pleased to say we did not find any of those areas, so that's huge. So we
I believe
did
you
then
this
come.
year. I believe you this year. I truly believe you. I didn't last year.
So now we have some other matters that we want to bring to your attention, areas for recommending improvement and changes, but they don't meet those other definitions. And so first is with financial statement preparation controls. I want to stress, look at this as our disclaimer to say these are your financial statements. These are the district's financial statements that we just put into a pretty report for you. So the board and management has to have the ability to write those financial statements conceptively. That doesn't mean that you have to do it. And so last year we did have this included as a material weakness because of the number of journal entries that had to be proposed. This year it was greatly reduced, so we're keeping the comment in there for disclaimer purposes, but I honestly have no doubt that that could potentially even go away next year because there might not be any journal entries next year. But as long as there are some, we at least need to have our disclaimer in there as an other comment. We already discussed the meal claims, and we already discussed the ESSER expenditure reporting comments, so we did include those as other matters, and we've already discussed those. For grant coding, this was during our testing, we found a handful of grants where things were coded to the wrong grant. So we did not constitute it a finding for the single audit, but we thought it was important enough just to insert an other comment to say, let's make sure we're really tracking those expenses and charging them to the right grant. The fact that you're now charging directly to the grants and not journalizing is going to make a huge difference. That definitely caused some challenges with the previous grants and likely caused the challenge with that ESSER 1, because when you're journalizing it all over, it's really easy to journalize too much or to miss something. For the athletic events and the student activity funds, I'm going to talk about those together because they're similar. And we did talk about these last year as well. I want to stress, I'm not suggesting that we found anything of concern. I just want to state that we found some gaps in the internal control systems in place that could allow for something to happen, so we want to see you tighten those up. So a few specific examples, when we look at student activity funds, think about your fundraisers. Think about a dance where you're charging $5 admission fee to pay for a class of 2025 trip. When you're having those types of events, it's really important that there is a formal recap sheet. How that looks, it can be different ways. But there needs to be something that actually supports what was this for and how much should have been collected. If you're selling candy bars, there should be an invoice for the original purchase of those candy bars so you can see exactly how many were purchased, and you should know how much you're selling them for, because you can do the math and say, okay, we should have $1,000 being deposited, and then we should have support for the deposits that account to the $1,000. That is currently not happening consistently. So it's really important that we have a process to support the completion of those deposits for every transaction. The other piece is the timeliness of those deposits. When an event happens and the funds are collected, we need to have a quick turnaround of when those are deposited, not a few weeks or potentially a month down the road. Same thing with the athletic events when we have a home game and we've collected gate receipts. We need to be turning those back over for deposit within a day or two business days of that event happening. So the board and the superintendent can work out the logistics of that, but we did find some lags in the deposits, and we found some gaps in the actual support of the amount that should have been collected. Questions on that?
If this was a finding last year, I'm concerned that it's still happening.
Well, let me go back. For the athletic events, you weren't collecting revenue last year, so we couldn't test the system last year. So I would say that that's more new because we really were just able to test it. On the activity funds, yes, I'd agree that it's a recurring one, but we also go to different buildings and meet with different individuals each year. So it's possible that one building might have corrected, but another building did not. So you have 11 buildings, so we need to make sure everybody's on the same page.
It's an issue for the money, just flat out, it's an issue that principals will have to help us deal with when there's events in their buildings. It needs to get down to the administrative building in a timely manner. We've already discussed this, and it is something that we need to be more accountable to as it pertains to, did this get turned in a timely fashion after the events? That's going to go back to understanding when the events are taking place and having a schedule for all the events that's taking place that you're raising money for, so that we know when those money should be turned in. We have talked about this, and we are going to discuss this further with our leaders in the administration.
Mr. Jones?
So there's more to this part of it that we have discussed. But you're right. If this is something that we discussed last year, with the turnover, with new folks in those positions that watch that, we have to be more abreast of what we're doing in the long term. So now that we have the team there is some accountability that we can put in place to make sure that happens.
Mr. Jones, are we defining that through policy and like admin guidelines?
Processes and procedures.
There we go. All right.
Processes and procedures. Now, I do think that there's a place in Neola for us to talk about this.
Okay.
So that it can be defined at the governance level, and then we have to follow that no matter what our process is. We have to follow what the policy states.
Okay.
So yes. So I backtrack what I said, just policy and just processes. I think it should be some policy. work done on that.
Okay. I would like to see the remedy for that for all schools. Because I mean, we should all be doing the same thing. We may have different leaders, but we should be still moving towards the same thing. So I would like to see that if you can.
I definitely think too, just to add to what Mr. Jones said, the biggest challenge is going to be knowing when you're supposed to be getting these funds in. Because with so many buildings, that's where your administrators at the building level are going to have to take the reins and know, here are the fundraisers that happen this month, to be able to inform the business office, to make sure that the business office knows when those dollars should be coming in, so they know when to come back down and say, we didn't get that fundraiser deposit. Same thing with the athletics. The business office needs to know every time there's a home game and every time something's canceled, because if they think there's a game and something happened and it was canceled or it turned into an away game, the business office needs to always be expecting those deposits timely, and so if they're not coming, they need to be able to ask the questions of, why aren't they here?
Trustee Rutherford? I'm sorry. When it comes to that, it just sounds like a process to me. because if there's a process in place, everyone that's affected should get the communication, and it should be on the document for approval, because I believe, from my perspective, the administration building should know what's going on at all times in the district. So that creates a timeline. It should be approval prior to anything like that. Therefore, the administration will know what's going on. It can go with the our communication person could put it on the district calendar. That one, it's called accountability. So when you have that and you have to communicate, I think it's a process that the board, would have to work out with the superintendent to put things in place, regardless who's at the head. These are the expectations, and these are the process and procedures as it relates to fundraisers and extracurricular activities. So I think, and also attach discipline to it. And of course, that's a union issue, but I think that helps. Thank you.
All very good points. So then we did just have 3 verbal comments that we made to management while we were here that we did not put into the letter or into writing, but I always like to communicate those to the board as well. We just reminded management about making sure the transparency website was up to date. When we did our testing to check for all the aspects, they were still within their time frame of being able to upload, so nothing was delinquent. We just always like to remind them to keep those updated and to check on that. Oh, I apologize, I missed one written comment. Non-accountable meal plans. So the difference between an accountable meal plan and a non-accountable meal plan is that if an employee or a board member is going to go to a conference, and that's actually what triggered this finding in our testing. If they're going to go to a conference and get a per stipend to go to that conference for their meals, that's perfectly fine and that's allowed. But the difference is, do they have to bring back a receipt, which makes it an accountable plan, or do they not have to bring back a receipt to support that amount, which makes it non-accountable? If it's a non-accountable plan, it's supposed to run through payroll and be taxed. And so what we found was that it was a normal reimbursement type of concept running through payables, but it wasn't running through payroll and no receipts were being provided. So we spoke with management about that and said, you can do either way. You can still just do a per diem, but if you're going to do that without requesting receipts, you've got to start running it through payroll. Or receipts need to be brought in after the fact to support the per diem, and then you're good.
Either or? Is that either or?
Either or.
Okay.
I would suggest, just for ease of your accounting department, that the board determine which way it's going to be and that that's the standard and that it's consistent. Because I don't think you'd want it to go back and forth and have to decide, is this payroll, is this not payroll?
I want to have clarification. So we had 3 written instead of just 2.
You have the financial statement preparation controls, the meals, which was part of the single audit, the ESSER expenditures,
Okay.
the grant coding, the athletic events, student activity funds, and the non-accountable meal plans.
Those are matters, but I thought you said you misquoted was 3. We had 3 written.
No, when I
Okay, that's why I
misquoted,
wanted
I
clarification.
skipped the meals and I went down to the verbal comments, and so I just missed that on my
Gotcha.
slide.
Okay, that's why I said clarification. Thank you.
Yep. One of the other verbal comments was that when you charge a federal grant for meals, like for example, a teacher goes to a conference, or if it's a parental involvement activity and you're ordering pizza for that event, it's totally allowed, but you need to make sure that the receipt that's being submitted is a detailed receipt, not just a credit card receipt. That is required. And the last piece was, as management's working through the bank reconciliations, there were a lot of old outstanding checks that they were working towards, so we just made sure to remind them to try to get those cleared up or to look into the status sheet policy for unclaimed property if they're outstanding for too long. Next.
Quick question.
Yeah.
As a remedy to that, so if you're purchasing, just as a question for you, so if you're purchasing food, you must have the receipt. For example, you buy pizza from Little Caesar, you must have not only your credit card statement, but also the receipt from those
Correct,
seizures.
especially if it's charged to a federal grant, and that's where the kicker came in. With federal grants, they require a detailed receipt.
Correct. Okay, so that's also policy, should be
Yes.
policy also.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So to follow up on last year's comments, I don't want to shortchange this piece, even though it's just one little slide. If you look down that column for implemented, situation corrected, you've got 4 X's, which is awesome. You completely corrected the payroll personnel files issue we had last year, the software functionality, which turned out to be a matter of training, and the individuals from Genesee ISD that came in were able to train and teach the software to have it operate as it's designed, which is huge. We were able to get all the board minutes. We ran into no issues with non-union employee payouts. So I am very, very excited with all those X's. And then you come over to progress made. That's still a huge win. Your financial statement preparation controls, huge win. We have significant progress made. The transparency reporting, progress made. The only mark for situation still exists was the student activity funds. So that is something that you'll want to really try to grab the reins on this year. Questions?
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
You all set?
Thank you, Cindy. Thank you for your time.
Thanks,
We
Cindy. Great
appreciate
job.
you.
Thank you so much. Be safe.
Need your umbrella, it's raining out.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Continuing with finance and operations, I seek a motion and a second from the board to move Resolution 11.20, approval of ARC Environmental Group, AEG Part 213 sampling and fire conditional services to the regular meeting on November 15th.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I make a motion to batch 11.20, 11.21, 11.22, 11.23, 11.24, 11.25, and 11.26.
Support.
It has been properly moved and second to batch items 11.21 down through 11.26. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would ask that 11.26 be separated, because I'm not familiar with it, unless someone can explain that.
Sure.
Okay.
Chris is here.
Superintendent Jones,
Yep, sure. So the gym over at ALA,
where we at right now?
yes, over at ALA.
Okay.
Over there in the next room, the gym, if you did go over there and see it, it is destroyed.
Majorly
due
buckled.
to-
It
due-
buckled?
It buckled, yeah.
Okay.
Due to water
And so
damage.
currently, our scholars here
I'm
at
good,
ALA.
I'm okay.
You good?
Mhm.
Okay.
Good.
That's enough. No, I didn't know. I'm so proud. When I heard buckle, I know what buckle is.
Oh, you got that?
I'm
Okay.
all set.
We're good.
Okay. So it's been properly moved and second. We had discussion. Now we would go a roll call vote to batch items 11.20 through 11.26. Board members, I call your name. Please say yes or no. Trustee Relaford,
Yes.
Trustee King,
Yes.
Trustee Looney is absent, Trustee Perkins,
Yes.
Trustee McIntyre. Yes. President Clack is absent, Vice President McNeil, yes. 5 yes, 2 absent.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I make a motion to approve the batched items.
So moved. Yeah.
Who we have, we still at the same one? Are you talking about the 11.26, right?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
All of our batches.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yep.
This will be done by roll call vote. Is there discussion though first? Seeing no discussion, we would do a roll call vote. Trustee Relaford,
Yes.
Trustee King,
Yes.
Trustee Loon is absent, Trustee Perkins.
Yes.
Trustee McIntyre. Yes. Myself, Vice President McNeil, yes. Absent is President Clack and Trustee Luna.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
is it all right if Chartwell's come now?
Can we finish?
Thanks, Chris.
I'm sorry, if you,
Can we
Thank
finish the action items? And then right down there, right before remarks, can we have them right before?
okay,
remarks?
that's fine.
It's fine? Okay, go ahead, Mr. Jones.
Sorry, give me 1 second here.
We had 2 point, oh, 21?
21.1.
No one behind it. Oh, we gotta go all the way through here, because we had on end of it.
I seek a motion and a second from the board to approve resolution 21.10, expulsion of student tonight.
Support.
Support.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve 21.10.
Support.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, we would do a roll call. Trustee Relaford?
Yes.
Trustee King?
Yes.
Trustee Luna is absent. Trustee Perkins?
Yes.
Trustee McIntyre? Yes. President Clark is absent. Vice President McNeil is a yes. 5 yes, 2 absent.
I seek a motion and a second from the board to move resolution 25.6, authorization to purchase grade 7-12
I gotta open up.
choral music curriculum to the regular board meeting on November 15th.
Can I open up the academic?
You have to open
I
it.
know I don't matter, I understand. Just zoom on past me.
Sorry
Like to
about
call
that.
the order to, I'm sorry. I'd like to call to order the Cal academic meeting for the Cal. It is now, 9:01. I'd like to call the committee of the whole meeting to order. I will now call upon Superintendent Jones to present action to the board. Superintendent Jones.
All right. You are important.
I know.
Okay. I seek a motion and a second from the board to move resolution 25.6, authorization to purchase grades 7-12 choral music curriculum to the regular board meeting on November 15, 2023 for adoption.
I make a motion to move 25.6 to the next board meeting for adoption.
Can we batch?
Or did I say that right?
Support.
Ma-
25.6.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
if I may, with respect to Secretary Perkins,
Mm-hmm.
I make a motion to, can I make a motion to batch 25.6 through
Yeah.
25.8?
I
So you
want
withdraw your
25.8
motion.
separate, though.
Withdraw.
Withdraw your
Withdraw.
motion.
I withdrew. Okay.
There's a motion to batch
Oh, okay.
25.6 through 25.8.
That's fine.
Is there a
Support.
Oh, yes.
second? We got, what's going on?
You chaired.
Nothing.
She chaired.
You
Oh,
okay?
I'm so
Oh, I'm so,
I'm so tired.
Everybody
Susan.
tired, that's
I'm
all.
just forgetting all about you today. I'm so
you know
sorry.
what, that's
Forgive
okay.
her.
That's-
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
She was talking, I was talking.
Is there any, it's been properly moved by Trustee King and second by Secretary Perkins. Is there any discussion? Seeing there's none, roll call vote for the batching of 25.6, 25.7, and 25.8. As I call your name, please say yes or no. Secretary Perkins?
Yes.
Assistant Secretary McIntyre? Yes. Vice President McNeil?
Yes.
Trustee King?
Yes.
Myself, Trustee Rutherford, President Clack, and Treasurer Luna are absent.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I make a motion.
Can I say it passed?
Oh, I thought you were done.
No, you didn't let me, sorry.
Sorry.
It passes 5 to 2 absence.
All right, Madam Chair,
Trustee King.
I make a motion to approve the batched items.
It has been, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it has been properly moved by Trustee King and second by Secretary Perkins. Is there any discussion? All right, as I call your name, please say yes or no. No, I read it. As I call your name, please say yes or no to approve. Trustee King,
Yes.
Vice President McNeil,
Yes.
Assistant Secretary Treasurer McIntyre. Yes. Secretary Perkins.
Yes.
Myself, Trustee Rutherford says yes. Absent is President Clack and Treasurer Luna. Motion passes 5, 2 absent. With that being said, I now sorry, I don't know this by heart. Seeing no further discussion, the motion, I now conclude the Kyle academic meeting at 9:04. Vice President McNeil.
Yes, trustee trustee King.
Adjourn,
Mr. Jones, is it all right, Chartwell's?
Sure.
Only 3 minutes.
I'm gonna get this question.
Melanie, do you have a sign-in sheet?
Oh, I'm sorry, where is it? Oh.
Hi, how are
Hi.
you? All right, could you introduce yourselves for me?
Yes, I'm Ann Smith, Area Director for Chartwell's.
All right.
And I'm Tiffany Houston. Hello, everybody.
All right, nice to meet you.
Here for Flint.
I just had a quick couple questions about the finding inside the audit. Could you tell me, were you all trained on the system that we already had beforehand?
So I am very familiar with Meal Magic. However, the district has been paying for the Meal Magic system for years, but there's no hardware for it. So it's never actually been utilized. It's always been the tally sheets.
There's been a tally sheets?
Yes.
For years. Okay.
At least 5 years that I'm aware of.
5 years since you've been here?
No, 5 years that I'm aware of, that
Oh.
the system has been paid for but not utilized.
Is that, what was the hindrance from not using it, like not fully utilizing that, if in your experience?
There's no monitors, there's no hardware, the actual computer system itself. So you're paying for the back office system.
So we never bought the whole system, and how long we know about that?
At least 5 years?
I mean, okay. How long have we knew about it? Oh, sorry. How long have Chartwells knew about not having a system?
We got here July 1 of last year.
July 1 of last year?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's good clarification. Okay. Another question I have about our kids' school lunches. How are we running out of lunches in different school buildings?
So in no time do we ever completely run out of meals. It may be whatever option that student chooses for the day, because we offer 3 options in the elementary school, middle and high school just varies anywhere from 8 to 10 different options. So at any given point in time, we're forecasting. So we're looking at previous year's numbers. You know, certain things are just more popular. Like today we had cheeseburgers and french fries. So we always try to up our counts on days that we know the students who bring lunches may choose to purchase or eat lunch here at school. And so, for instance, like today at one of the elementary schools, we came short of hot lunches, but we still had 2 other options that were available to the students.
You talking about the salad, the chips, and cereal?
So we have different fun lunches. That's what we call our second choice. And then we also have our soy butter sandwich lunch, which a lot of kids, they enjoy. They really like those.
So how are we not running out of main course lunch? Because I saw a picture of the little barley salad and the cereal, and it was like a bag of chips. I can't remember exactly what it was, but that's not adequate enough, in my opinion. If we, you know, we got the count of how many kids in our buildings, we should have a count about, you know, each kid able to get a cheeseburger. If I know it's cheeseburger day, I'm running a cheeseburger day. Or I may have to stay back and talk to my teacher a little bit. That may be a little late to the line. I still would like a cheeseburger.
So one of the things, so if you had a picture of just like loose lettuce, that was actually probably lettuce from our salad bar where a student has the option to prepare their own. When we make our salads for the students as an entree, it's actually inside of a sealed container. So it looks like a salad that you would actually purchase from a store.
Okay, so is that the same way with pizza day as well?
Yes. So pizza day, we actually increase our counts tremendously on pizza day. We have students who purchase second meals for Pizza Day, so we also tried to take account for that. We have staff who may purchase meals that day, so we try to take account for that. And so on Pizza Day, trust me, my entire management team, we're out in the field just in case schools get low.
And she has run to Little Caesars.
Right, we have
when
them
we're
on
low.
speed dial.
Can I add? So I would say that although I love staff, and I also love for scholars to have seconds,
That was next. Yep.
I don't think that any of those things should take place until everyone has been served at least one time.
Yeah.
So if that's something that I need to talk to you all about, we can have that offline. But I want it stated for the record, so if anybody need to come back to this conversation, we should be second, not being able to go up to a line and just say, hey, I want pizza, here's the money. I think we need to wait until after scholars have been served. Now, if you want to do something on the side where it's a whole different thing, you know what I mean, where you want to take care of those folks, then so be it. But I don't think that we should be serving that way. I don't want us to serve that way. Let me say it like that.
Absolutely.
Okay, all right.
Absolutely.
Maybe more direct. I don't want us to serve that way.
Absolutely.
All right, so I don't want us allowing purchases to happen until all scholars have been accounted for as it pertains to their lunches.
Okay. Last thing, unless it sparked a question in my mind. So since we're going to start using Meals Magic, right?
Yes.
So what does training look like for our employees that currently does the food service?
So after we actually purchase the POS systems that we need, we will work with Meal Magic because they provide on-site training for staff. So that way they will come in, show myself, the staff, the entire system, the inner workings of it, how to run the kids through the line, and also how to do it efficiently. So that way we're not tying the kids up through the line. So that will also have to, build that partnership with the principals to help us with navigating the young children through the line.
Okay. Yeah, I'm done.
Hi, Tiffany. Thank you for explaining that. So you all were utilizing tally sheets
Yes,
Yes.
to turn in, and those were accepted without any pushback?
yes, those
Okay.
are state documents.
Okay, so with that and not having the software, are you all familiar with the software?
Yes.
Yes, very
Okay.
much.
So it sounds like we're gonna have to have a learning curve prior to make it work. Okay.
Yes.
So do we use lunch cards at all?
No, ma'am.
So, I guess it sounds like, Mr. Jones, as it relates to, we're gonna have to, some type of way to keep it moving to where they could, scan a card or something
Yes.
to keep it moving. That's gonna have to be,
That's the POS.
Yes. So there's
Meal Magic
different
and all of that.
so that's the middle match.
avenues with the system.
But that's
Either
after we get the software?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And also, as it relates to, we're gonna have to have a policy so that districts, every building will follow it. Without a policy, everybody's not gonna follow it, because it sounds like leadership is gonna do what leadership wants to do. A policy stating that no employee should be served until all students have been served. And that way, once it's policy, you all will have it and post it.
Yes, ma'am.
So that way, everyone would know the rules without you all feeling like you have to be the go-between. Does that sound like something that?
It needs, and my statement is accounted for, like every student being accounted for, because you have a A and a B lunch, or you may have an A, B, and a C lunch, so you have teachers that have, you know what I mean, they have to be in A lunch. So I'm just making sure that you're making sure
Right.
that if you're going to sell pizza, then every student in C lunch is accounted for. So that's not the teacher's job to understand that.
Right.
That would be the job of Chartwell's, to make sure that I'm not selling Mr. Jones's pizza, Kevin Jones pizza, and I'm a student. You get what I'm saying?
Yes,
So
sir.
I'm
we do.
saying that that's
Yep.
a function that has to happen
Yes.
on your end. So you're
But
correct.
Mr. Jones, that will cause tension, because when you in school and you have a lunch worker tell a staff member no, that creates a problem.
No. I want them to make sure it happens, but we need to make sure that the staff knows this.
That's why you're gonna make a policy. We're gonna make a policy for
absolutely.
it. Okay, so that way, when it's posted, the worker won't feel like they're in the middle. And what we want, we just want everybody to, to get along. But if a person that's serving a staff member, staff member tend to think they're superior at times. And if you say something to them, then now people are fearful of their jobs. So let's do our portion, and I'll just ask that we create a policy that's posted at all schools of what the expectations are. That fair enough?
Fair enough.
Okay. Especially when we don't have the software. I'm sorry, that wasn't necessary.
Follow up.
So we have the software.
I'm sorry.
One thing. So since we're going away from employees grabbing lunches first, making sure students are accounted for example, DTM runs out of lunches, and I've witnessed in the last lunch, often, I raised this issue before, and it still happens, right? And yes, I understand kids come late and the secondary lunches, but if we have a lunch schedule that says pizza day, or whatever day it's supposed to be, the kids should have a right to have that lunch, and not a teacher have to bring out Lunchables, a teacher have to bring out something else supplemental because we don't have enough. I feel like we get the good answer here, but I just don't see it. I just don't see it. And I would like to see that more often. I'm tired of parents telling me, hey, my kid didn't get lunch today, or hey, a teacher gave him X, Y, and Z. That constantly happens, not just at DTM, but other schools too. Like, I feel like we have a good connection here, but that connection is not reached out to those kids that need their lunch.
So, Mr. King, I gave you my business card. Feel free to call
So I
me
can call
personally.
you?
Yes, call me
I
personally.
call Mr. Jones first.
Yeah, thank you. But what I would like to, whoever talking to you, they need to be talking to the administration and let us know. And the reason I say that is because I can send someone to go look at it at the moment, or call my director of academics and say, hey, would you get with this principal? At that moment when they're saying it's occurring. And then we can see it for ourselves, because I'm sure that's what you're asking, is to see it for yourself, right? So I'm not going to say that this is reoccurring, but what I am going to say is maybe the choices out of the three, maybe the choices is not liked by staff, which is teachers. They don't like the fact that their child is not being able to get that choice. Could be understood, right? But it doesn't mean that they're not serving the appropriate amount of food. I want kids to get cheeseburgers, don't get me wrong. But I think the communication could be a little jumbled if we're not hearing this and being able to go and look at it.
I received that message.
Yes, sir, thank you. So we need to know in real time, staff, teachers, principals, everyone, if there's an issue, we need to know in real time what the issues are so that we could link up, figure it out, solve it at the moment.
Thanks.
But keep in mind, teachers go down there and get food. So we got to stop that first. Then I think that'll stop happening, you guys. So we gotta stop that. We gotta stop that, because I think that's why that's happening. I'm sorry, I should ask. Sorry.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Now we're going to have
Thank you.
Mark from individual board members.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, long night. I don't want to keep us any longer than necessary, but I do want to address Superintendent Jones that I was talking to Dr. Sullivan last night, who's just returned, and there's some issues, I think, with the water fountains and the filters. Not having an electrical source or being unplugged, or I just wanted to raise that so that perhaps we could have an offline conversation just to ensure, because it's not that there's any necessarily a problem, but But she was suggesting that there needs to be something in place for, like, consistent monitoring and upkeep so that we can just make sure that the kids have water, because there's no use in having a system to filter the water when it's not plugged in or it doesn't have a power source or, okay. I appreciate it, thank you.
If there's not any more remarks, this meeting is now adjourned. What time is it?
9:20.
9:20.
Thank you to